Hey guys, welcome back to my beloved YouTube channel. So today, guys, we are going to be talking about my celebrity YouTube collab, Miss Leolah Brown, and we have a lot to talk about. And I'm gonna roll up a blunt in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna sit y'all down so we can talk. I gotta go use the restroom real quick, but I'll be right back.
Here on the slide, grade one Liam right there. And I'm going to go and find two other grades. And the last one that I'm going to find is absolutely uh, incredible and an honor to come and pay my respects. Let's go to both of them right now. Legendary, absolute, absolute legend in the music industry. Jam Master Jay, Jason Mizell from Run DMC, Reed's beloved husband and father, one of the early starters of rap music. Made it to the top. Run DMC, tougher than leather, right there. Of course, he's from Hollis, Queens, and he was murdered tragically in Jamaica, Queens, at a recording studio of his in 2002. Now, as I try to navigate my way through here, I believe, and I'm not certain, but I believe Ed Sullivan. I wasn't going to go into this much depth at the cemetery and showing all the graves here, but I believe Ed Sullivan's very close. Jason Mizell, J Master J, near one of these rock walls, but I don't know which one. But while I'm here, oh, jeez, here's an outdoor grave. There's one. Has to be somewhere over here. Well, I just looked at my GPS and said I'm right beside it. The grave of Ed Sullivan. Huh. I'm just not certain if he's in the wall or if he's. I don't know, really. Well, that was bizarre. He's not in this area at all. He just showed up on my pins. It popped up. You're near the grave of Ed Sullivan. And then I double checked. He's actually in a mausoleum here. So I go there as well before we visit our final grave for the day. So the other end of the cemetery from where I just was, the Ferncook Mausoleum. I believe this is where Ed Sullivan is. Let's go and find out. I know it's a long one like this with him and his wife, I believe. So I'm looking for Ed Sullivan. Judy Garland was here, like I said before, but her crypt is blank. I thought that'd be interesting. John Lennon and Christopher Reeve were both cremated here at the cemetery, but their ashes are not interred here. But John Lennon and Christopher Reeve. And come on, right here. Ed Sullivan. So I still here 1903 to 1973. Ed was 1901 to 1974. Edward Vincent Sullivan was the creator and host of the television variety program The Toast of the Town, which in 1955 was renamed The Ed Sullivan Show. Broadcast from 1940 to 1971, it set a record as the longest running variety show in U.S. broadcast history. In early September 1974, Ed Sullivan was diagnosed with cancer, and 5 weeks later, just 2 weeks after his 73rd birthday, he passed away. So this is what Judy Garland formerly was. On this wall, I believe, right now, these are family ones. It's HH, which is where I am, and the one that is empty, which looks to be that one. As you can see on the wall, all of these are taken, and I'm guessing that would be Judy Garland's right there, her former crypt. And there seems to be, yeah, it looks like it's been opened, and you can kind of tell here. So she's buried in Hollywood Cemetery now, in a little mausoleum there. I've done a video from there before. Put a link to that below. And friends and fans, family and friends now buried and ashes interred right next to Judy Garland. We have to push on what I need to do. It opens. My gosh, that's weird. And that's usually, yeah, that was a fun lesson piece of Judy Garland. Where? Right there. I didn't even see it. Yeah, looks like it's been opened. And tell here. This is out. Okay, guys, I just thought the live stream. Okay, guys, I just thought the live stream. Make sure you know the list below. Hey guys, welcome back to my beloved YouTube channel. Today we are going to be watching two different things. The open internet we used to. Hey y'all.
Here it is, guys. This was about 2000. About 50 likes, 2000.
For the first time since your brother's death, Cissy Houston is speaking out. She sat down with you in the same place where just a few weeks earlier, the world mourned her child. Lewis, you know things change. I never thought about that. She was the kind of grateful and only short time she said that to unproud for a lot of things. She was a very wonderful person. Cissy Houston, you were five. Nonsense that you were able to start and run this young business. And you were five, because they had trouble going to federal judge blocked the Biden administration from contacting the social media companies about protected speech. Attorneys General in Louisiana and Missouri, partly government officials went too far in their efforts to limit misinformation and hate speech on social media platforms. The judge said it seems likely to side with the Republican attorneys general in the final ruling. The White House and the Justice Department is reviewing the injunction and reviewing the conscience. Then it's that's the trip. So in the business, if you rather it's about you. I remember this but she did it's all for the the next day they the time it's the shop that she knows was being the problem and so he's like a great thing but he's taking but he can turn the thing he's got the just thing and it's like last thing to checking. So he came into the car for the stuff, because like Andrew, they didn't get to travel and collaborate and travel with it. Music and which is like, this is and so I'm going to really there are a lot of questions tonight after the Secret Service found what's believed to be a bag of cocaine at the White House. Sources tell CBS News it was discovered in a common workspace in the West Wing on Sunday night. The area is accessible to tour groups. Now, the Secret Service is investigating just how it got there. The president has been at Camp Dangerous Sunday night.
We're now at 8:19 minutes for playing to the stream. They're thinking, shocking, no, that's so many nights just thinking, how you did wrong. I don't know what happened. You think you need to go. You should go, let go, let go. Go try to go. Turn around now. If you go. You try to go, but you know back. You think I don't know. You think I let go, you got. I went so Not be a thing, but pay a vision. Ooh, what you said, so she's a top problem. You know, next one, I have to for sure. Look at me. Right. Margins, you need. Not. I have to give you the old. I don't know this. No, it's probably all the dreamers in the it's a big one. Step upon now, there's something it's too early. But still not time, yeah, I'll chase my blue thought away. I'm gonna race till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. When I look at it all, love is gone. He's a bitch. And I wanna feel you down.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to enter the future.
Right.
I wanted to be there to make sure, everything's cool. That, the band could work around, blah, 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 blah. It's like, just love, remember, I never really ever belonged to anyone. My here's the Bobby's.
But there were rumors that the loyal wife was concealing a secret violence in the home.
Has he ever hit me? No, he's never hit me, no. I hit him. And angry. Wait a minute, come over here, I can't do come over. I can't get out of here. Have you ever heard? I don't know. Come on. Come on, what's it? Right. This was 4 sisters. Leolah, not to go for that.
2 daughters. I would never raise my hands.
Me and Leolah we miss it to Miss Leolah Furno. She said some, love emojis. Not love emojis, but heart emojis to show love and support.
For Georgia home. When the police showed up, Whitney said that Bobby Brown hit her, bruising her cheek, cutting her lip. The charges were eventually dropped, but Bob was a magnet for trouble.
Tell me about you on drugs.
No drugs. We're not friends. We're not friends at all. Um, I used to spend a lot of marijuana. A lot. The marijuana's still in your life. Yeah. Well, yeah, because I'm the type of person that I'm a very high strung person. And every now and then, every now and then, um, it's not an everyday thing. Um, maybe it does me. It's hard because of my world is there. That's the life we go through. Yeah, there. What about other brands? No. Yeah, I said you tested for cocaine. I tested for a substance like cocaine, which can be anything. It can be an aspirin, but it was not cocaine in my system. This is what I know. Whitney once said Bobby was her drug, but was there something else fueling her erratic behavior? She said alcohol. Said marijuana. Said cocaine. Said pills. It has to be marijuana. That's it. Is liquid. Sometimes all. That's the real story behind Whitney Houston's struggles when we come back. No one's just these two. Sign up for free at Kmart or Kmart.com. Lisa's new normal. Science of the video. Love this stuff. I'm starting to feel change. I'm feeling slow. I can't believe I thought irregularity was like, now I don't miss a beat. Activity helps with occasional irregularity when eaten 3 times a day. I can't please switch love for new law. Love your good law. Ready for this? Understand? Try a carry. And all week the stars, the parties, the clothes. And Friday, drop a shipment for the biggest, fuzziest Oscar countdown anywhere. On Complete America, this week on ABC. Janika's nation. A man must protect his honor. They've been having it fair. Prison. Speaking of first time, Whitney Houston's voice wasn't the center of attention. That's because people were shocked by how she looked. His 2001 tribute concert to Michael Jackson led to rumors Whitney Houston was near death. You know, she was always so fresh faced and smiling, and she began to get gaunt, began to look unwell. It was hard to find the original Whitney Houston in that person. Yeah. A year later, she was interviewed by Diane Sawyer, who's still struggling to come to terms with the problems that were painfully obvious to everyone else. You'll hear her voice straining, and what she said was not her choice. You know that as my sister was talking, everybody watching this, is going to be staring at your physical. Going to be saying, how thin is she now? How how many bones can we see? Is she sick? And how sick? I'm not sick. I am not sick. That's true. I'm not sick. Okay. I've always been a thin girl. How much I thought you said ever? 110 pounds. I would never be with me. It's not the best thing ever. Okay. The Michael Jackson. Let's get one thing straight, guys. I'm 110.6 pounds. I used to be like 114, 115. I don't know why I lost 4 pounds that quickly. I'm gonna gain it back. Come on, here's gonna show you a picture. That's a bad well, it may be a bad shot, but this is really looking at the bones. That's right up. Yeah, my bones. I don't stick with me, but that's not just them. How is it? It's not. Do you know? It's scary. I don't really know you. I don't know that. Do you really know? Do you really know? No, you know.
Thank you. Anorexia, no way. They've written it. No way. Bulimia, no way. That it's because of drugs. No. Oh. Not rich, not fraud. I think it's like I know I have going through my body of emotional stress. And my eating habits were off there. Reportedly, at one point, she weighed just 96 pounds on a 5'7" frame. Television executives were so startled by her appearance at that tribute concert, she's electronically backed up for viewers at home. Did you see that they electronic devices and changed it from the air? So did it other people too. Um, other people, other questions. Yeah. Because that sparked the whole thing. Right? The headlines were saying Whitney is dying. No, Whitney's dead. Whitney dying. Crack rehab fails. First of all, let's get one thing straight. Crack is cheap. I mean, it's too much money to ever smokes. Yeah, let's get that straight. Okay? And do crack. Crack is whack. Is it alcohol? Is it marijuana? Is it cocaine? Is it pills? It is bit at times all. That's not. Did you think how dangerous it was? Now, I'm like heroin racing. This says $730,000 drug habit. This is a headline. $730,000. 730. I wish you never made that money off of me and share it. Really, I want to see the receipts from the drug dealers that ever $730,000 worth of drugs from. I want to see receipts. But torture denied that would fall away over time. Whitney would later reveal she spent 7 months at home in her pajamas in a drug-addled state, smoking marijuana laced with cocaine. But in this interview, she remained evasive. Do you give yourself an addict? And addicted to good things. So, like, waking up, how to self-addicted. I like to think I had it. It can be broken. If you had to name the devil for you, the biggest devil. The biggest devil is me. And either my best friend or my worst enemy. I can tell you that I am not self-destructive. Not a person who wants to die. Not a person who has life and wants to live. I'm not the strongest enemy. I'm not the weakest either. And I won't break. A stubbornness that kept Whitney from getting help, even when her mother Sissy staged at least 2 interventions. One reported to alarm dogs. She gets to my door. There's some people I want you to meet. I said, Mommy, you raised them with the love and the kind. Now, if I can make it with you and with the love of God, I'm not putting my life in someone's hands. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to kill anybody else says but they claim that was. I know I'm a child of them. And I know he lives. Jesus knows. This thing. And for you. Yeah. And Whitney would need all the help she could get, going into rehab not once, but 3 times. But still, it wasn't enough. When we come back, here we go. Never before seen video of Whitney Houston. Incident. Raw. Person. Let's see what's next. We primarily go. Your go-to solution for getting quality work done quickly. Ready for a big machine? Oh yeah. Yeah. and ensure that your productivity that you need it the most. The further go brings AI into efforts and spots, helping you create thoughtful writing in a fraction of the time. You can instantly make emails shorter or longer. And strike the right team pages.
This 1984 GLT's insane. Did you guys hear Harry got engaged? That's so 42 seconds ago.
That was nice.
You're wild.
Who are you guys signing up for the agreements?
So, 30 is that? That's ago. One different bombshell. Fucking just came back to his after another. And when these guys are going down with them. Desperate Housewives is an all new Sunday night 8 Central, followed by an all new parody on ABC. Thank you, thanks now. He's so much. Later on Oscar Sunday on the official site, Oscar.com. The year is 1999, and Whitney Houston just hit the road on her My Love is Your Love world tour.
Okay, he was right about me. I was so cute.
In this never before seen video, she was candid backstage about living in the public eye.
I like to have, I like, I'm a driver. But it's sophisticated.
The video reveals many shades of Whitney, the superstar, mother, the vulnerability hidden behind the voice of gold.
Nothing about pictures ever perfect. Can only be the best they can do. Imperfection is God's free, not us.
But what no one knew then was that though Whitney loved her fans, she also feared them. Managed performance and agonizing test.
I was thinking my move for teams. For days and times, just trying to get it together to know that space was going to be. When you've been at the top of your game and you slide a little bit, the crazy thing happens to her. It makes people insane that all they want to do is recapture that glory. In the mid 90s, you said, I feel old. Yeah, like I've been doing a lifetime of stuff, and that it just wasn't in front of it. Oh, okay. Okay. I enjoy what I do. I love because it's just like fun. Because people are different in the industry. It's about the money. It's about getting fast. You think you're not tough enough for this business? Well, I'm tough enough. That was a great answer. Yeah. I mean, imagine tomorrow. You got it tough.
But she was becoming a different kind of tough. Tough to deal with.
You have to know you can depend on the talent. Whitney Houston's relevance in terms of deal making had evaporated. She was not number one on anybody's list.
She was often hours late for interviews, photo shoots, rehearsals, and even starting to cancel big performances.
I want to ask you about the cancellation. Come on, okay. See concerts I've done and see how many I've canceled in the 17 years of my career. And people talk as if you're just impossible because you may show, you may not show. But there's some high profile things that didn't show for us.
Her most famous no-show, the 2000 Oscars. Her publicist said she had throat troubles, but there were rumors about her shaky voice, erratic behavior.
Okay, the Academy Awards. Okay. I was fired, shifted from the game. I didn't mind. I really didn't want to do it anyway. But past that it's moving now.
Her career and her marriage were both starting to collapse when she agreed to do the brothel reality show, Being Bobby Brown. Many saw it as a misguided attempt to help her husband. All right, that's what I mean. Someone who's clearly that much of a mess, letting the cameras enter her life, and the shocking decision. And a bad one. It's the theme of the minds. I'm a drug addict. But sure, you want to film me and my husband arguing, talking about highly personal matters that nobody should ever see? And she said her worst demon was herself. She was a kid. But in 2007, after a history of infidelity, drugs, rehab, scandal, Whitney had had enough. The marriage was finally over. Whitney Houston was on her own, searching for a comeback, with her daughter Bobby Christina at her side. Like to sing.
Yeah. I don't know if you like
How much you like driving?
inspirational. When I say that makes me go to sleep.
She sings your lullaby.
Yeah. Sing it.
Bobby Christina would be the inspiration for her mother's fierce struggle to make it back to the top. What's on now? You know, lovely. But love. When we come back, Whitney Houston tries once again to command the spotlight. You're like Motorhead. You're like Flowers. Little Surpassed. Little Lost. Engineer for whatever. This class was like an interior involved. What is the oh, gosh. For the roster. Engineer for whatever.
It's Macy's President's Day mattress sale. With final closeouts on mattresses from Sealy, Simmons, and Zeta. Get a startup early sleeper firm queen two-piece set for $257. Or a Sealy or Simmons firm queen two-piece set $397. And
Channel 9 Eyewitness News. Come, you can count on.
Time and Temperature is brought to you by Kia Motors.
One moment in time, like,
With her turbulent marriage behind her, Whitney Houston was on her own and searching for a comeback.
but enough. Crumble.
Again, I want to come back to what it is. Everybody's fingers are crossed, everybody was praying, everybody's hoping.
Then came Whitney's new album, I Look to You, in 2009.
Look to you. I look to you.
That was exciting. She wanted to still be in it, to still be competing, to still be trying to show off what she was, how great she is.
Yeah.
It debuted at #1 on the Billboard charts, sold over 1 million copies. But compared to the Whitney of old,
This day for my husband.
it couldn't compare.
She didn't sound bad.
No.
It sounded good. She just didn't sound like Whitney Houston.
Girl, she sounds good. Hush.
Where she performed as the strains on a once golden voice intensified.
This day for my husband.
During a difficult performance on Good Morning America, Whitney openly acknowledged the problem.
You know,
I so much for your voice.
It's kind of like because we're not singing. One song I should be singing.
I taught, yeah.
Then Whitney Houston announced total
I'm going on a world tour.
People walked out. People walked out and asked for their money back.
You ain't gonna come to my show and ask for your money back. I don't think so.
In this concert in Australia, Houston takes a minute-long pause for attempting her signature high note. The big question, could she still hit it? Whitney was still capable of moments that echoed her previous perfection. She had the audience in the 2009 American Music Awards with spellbound, where her performances were becoming scattershot, unpredictable. The erratic nature of some days you bring it, some days you can't is corrosive to the brand and the industry. More importantly, it was corrosive to Whitney Houston, possibly her worst fears coming true. And making it even more difficult was the fact that Houston's misfires came at a time when mistakes could be watched anytime, anywhere, by anyone.
Internet could not been her friend. He's recorded with Billy commenters would come on and talk about what a train wreck she was.
Janice Smith says Whitney was becoming a star no longer famous for her talent, but infamous for rehab stints and tabloid antics, including a rumored odd couple romance with singer Bridget, 17 years her junior.
And the only time you saw Whitney Houston in the headlines was at the supermarket checkout. She was the press for all the wrong reasons.
There's just so many heartbreaks in the Rams theaters with Whitney Houston.
Too many for her to take, you think?
For so many years, she had everyone looking back at her. Love, unadulterated. She did not quite have that.
And then there were questions about her fortune. Although people close to her deny it, reports this week suggest the one-time megastar was broke.
She was not broke. Let me get that one thing straight. There's reports coming out that Whitney Houston was broke and that she had a negative $20 million. Them are false reports. Like I said, guys, do not believe everything you hear in the media. Whitney Houston was not broke. She signed a record deal back in 2000, I believe, and she signed it for $100 million. So no, she was not broke. So let's not don't listen to that bullcrap. Just don't.
Over the course of her career, Houston made tens of millions of dollars.
Tens
Just how
of
much was
millions
left
of
at the end
dollars.
is unclear. But in recent years, banks had tried to foreclose on 2 of her homes. Yet, for all appearances, the star's lifestyle was still lavish.
She was traveling with her entourage. Family was with her. Hairdresser, Warner people, makeup people. She was still living like Whitney Houston from 1990.
It's happened over and over again. In either industry, there's earn more money than you could possibly imagine. Finds a way to spend all of that money and $59 to take a rent. But few can take any satisfaction in these unfortunate events. What we wanted most was to see Whitney of old, Houston, on top. And the star herself believed she could give us that again.
She decided she was going to stage a big comeback. This was going to be her year. We learned to call her that she had actually had her camp approach the X Factor producers to get on the show. She had looked at Jennifer Lopez and American Idol as an example for her to follow to get back.
That's what she did. She wanted to go to London and perform at O2 Arena and be on X Factor and her movie Sparkle. And like I said, I believe personally Whitney Houston would have done, believe it or not, Waiting to Excel too.
On the movie's vocal tracks as recently as 4 days before her death.
She seemed great. She was upbeat, very optimistic, very excited about the project.
It's a remake of an insider showbiz tale, executive produced by Houston herself, co-starring American Idol's Jordan Sparks, featuring 2 new Whitney Houston songs.
She was doing all the things that she needed to keep her voice strong. She was working her vocal coach. She was doing her exercises. She was warming up. And what can I say? She was working really hard.
Back at work and trying to get back into the game. Not what Whitney had hoped for herself when she spoke with Diane Sawyer 10 years ago.
10 years from now.
Give me the perfect life for Whitney Houston.
Retire. To have my daughter grow up, become a great woman of God. Grandchildren.
When we come back, the person Whitney Houston loved and depended on the most, her daughter, Bobby Christina Brown.
Last night was amazing. Was that cinnamon you put with yourself?
Yeah. Just flashing out back to you. Got 1,000 words black and white. Yeah, 50,000. One moment at a time, continues. Once again, closer enough for you. Bobby Christina. What happens next to her? It's the question everyone wants to know after. What happened a week ago to her mother? That's when the little girl, now grown up, tried her best to steer trouble away, saying, "Come on, Mom, let's go. Let's go." For all the questions surrounding Whitney Houston's life, one thing is crystal clear. Nothing and no one matter more to her than her daughter, Bobby Christina.
In my interviews with her, we would talk all the time about Bobby Christina. They were almost inseparable, going everywhere together.
The little girl Whitney called Chris was the blessing that came after much pain and prayer, as she told Barbara Walters in 1993.
I had a miscarriage. Trying to fill me with body cry. It was very painful, emotionally and physically. I was back on the set the next day. It's over. But I have Bobby Christina 1 year later. And I'm next.
And in the public eye, she was. Her adorable little girl became a fixture on the red carpet. And on stage, like in this 1997 HBO concert. But off stage, Whitney was a woman divine. She said, I'm a comfort because I want my daughter to live a normal, healthy, typical life. It's very difficult for her to do that with my career. Concerned about the life Chrissy would lead, Whitney passed on what she knew best, her love of singing.
Can you give me a match, y'all?
Her daughter thought that she was, really in the sun, and she wanted to be exactly like her mother.
Friends say Chrissy never let her parents' fame go to her head.
Down to earth, cold, laid back.
Most celebrity kids have this way about them. She's like totally different.
Still, she embraced her mother's world without reservation.
My mom didn't really pressure her about that. She just took her singing classes to get her vocals right, and then wait for the right time for her to sing to the world.
And that time may have been coming soon. Just last fall, Chrissy posted this video on her Twitter account, a rendition of Adele's Someone Like You. While waiting for her moment to be a star, Chrissy was by her mother's side, the high and low notes, seeing it all as no one else would.
No, Christmas just got my dad. When I get distraction, I thought, oh, this is like, I just tired this is going down. She said, no, Mom, you can do this. Come on, let's do it. Get up, get up, get up.
The role of protector was something Whitney spotted early on.
Tell me about her. Is she like you? She looks smarter than I am. What do you mean? How do you see it? I'm going back to the Twitch. She goes, Mommy, do you know why I'm here? I said, why? Well, tell me why. Just is to take care of that beautiful face of yours.
But caring for herself could prove a challenge. A year ago, speculation she had followed too closely in her mother's footsteps. In one National Enquirer spread, photos that appear to be young Chrissy doing drugs. She fired back on Twitter. It's really not what it looks like. What did she think about the media?
She was upset, very upset.
The drug
Upset.
habits, excessive part.
She was upset.
Yeah,
She was upset.
that really made
She was upset.
families that she is not been on drugs, and that they're going to make sure that does not happen.
But while Chrissy appeared in picture of health last week in Los Angeles, it was her mother gave cause for concern. Thursday,
Hey!
a woman caught on V cameras Houston's last kiss on Clive Davis's cheek. Her daughter just behind her. That night, the impromptu nightclub rooms and witness violent song. Friday, reports of Whitney at the bar acting erratic.
Doing handstands, just drinking consistently, complaining about her drinks being watered down.
Any indication that she was mixing alcohol and drugs that day?
She had been taking that, and she had been drinking. So she was, most certainly mixing the two, which she had done before. I mean, a lot of people
She
tell me
did
this is not
before.
something that she just started.
Nothing. She just started. When
Whitney is in her suite along with several other people when she decides to take a bath.
They had heard her singing. From what one of the guys said, they had heard, movement in there to indicate that she was still alive.
Here is something most people don't know. What was happening in that bathroom here? So it all felt fear of Whitney's entourage.
A former security guard, they told me that when they worked with her, they were very clear that she was not to take baths because they were concerned about her falling asleep. So they insisted she takes showers and that they check on her every 7 to 10 minutes.
But on that afternoon, Whitney had been left alone for over an hour. But they not. No answer. Young Chrissy has been at the shopping lane. She returns to the hotel lobby as her mother is being pronounced dead. The news is too much for the 18-year-old to bear.
She was absolutely devastated, crying, yelling, cursing, screaming, basically having, they felt like having a nervous breakdown.
Chrissy is rushed to the hospital for observation.
no, they didn't. They not. Y'all don't understand. The reason she was on that gurney is what Ray J did to her. He gave her a pill that made her hot, and she went to a seizure. It wasn't because of her mother's death. Yes, she was upset about her mother's death, but that wasn't the reason Chrissy went onto that gurney after her mother's was pronounced dead. It was because of what Ray J did to Whitney and Chrissy. Because you remember when she crashed Brandy and Clive's live television interview? She also was hot. And that's why she was wet. They thought it was because yes, she was swimming 2 hours a day, but she also was hot because of what Ray J did to her. And Brandy, of course, they was not going, I guess Monica was going to side with Brandy. I'm not sure, but, we'll get more into the story.
Comes to the hotel again that night, where despite the news of Whitney Houston's death, a pre-Grammy party is underway.
That should have been a very strange moment where you see the party her mother is supposed to attend, but still going on just hours after her mother died. Just a few floors below on the corridor and removing the body. It was just the whole scene was surreal.
But what is all too real in this very moment is Chrissy's pain and sorrow. Hopefully she will hold fast to those mother-daughter memories of the two joined forever by the perfect gift of song. Okay, next one, I think this name.
Amanda Coons, you're kidnapping.
Well, he was not in the best life. Wednesday night, I opening pictures, home video, and prices that leaving this thing was Paris. Wednesday and 10 minutes, before they were famous with Robin Roberts on ABC. The journey has now come full circle for Whitney Elizabeth Houston. From that very first time we saw her sing Paul, North Griffin Show in 1985, to now, nearly 30 years later, being back home. It is a legacy in music and in love, which was fine.
Okay, so she's in a better place, and she is. What a great place with me still here, obviously.
On Saturday, in a private service for her family and friends, Whitney Houston will be brought home again at the New Hope Baptist Church in New Jersey, where she sang so memorably in the junior choir some 30 years ago. And through music that would become a pillar of her sound, learn valuable lessons.
Church is you get instant feedback first. Okay, if you're doing it right, you'll know. Everybody's moving taller down their feet, you know it. If you're not, then people are murmuring and they're going, "Lessons to how," you know.
Whitney's roots in gospel music are shown through her every recording.
She's 5 years old.
Breaking news from the United Kingdom. Statement just released by Buckingham Palace. This is how it reads. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision.
CNN has just learned that Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall have traveled to be with the Queen at Balmoral Castle in Scotland. I want to get now to Max Foster. He is in London with the very latest. Max, some information has been coming in here. What can you tell us?
Well, I think we just have to look at the language. The Palestinians had to put out statements in Balmoral. It's a very private estate, but they felt the need to do so. They're normally very private about the Queen's medical condition. They see it as a private matter, but when there are major updates, they do let us know. And what they told us is that the doctors are concerned. That's very, very strong language in the palace. You wouldn't normally hear anything like that. You wouldn't even hear any reference to the doctors, frankly. And she remains under medical supervision, so she's at the castle. No suggestion she's been taken to hospital. So medical experts will have to read into what that means. If someone's concerned, if the doctors are very concerned about her health, but she's under supervision, not been taken to hospital. I don't know what that means, but there's some concern about that. She does remain comfortable, though, we're told, at Balmoral. The other optic here is that the Prime Minister is tweeting about it, so addressing the issue rather than trying to keep it private. It's also been announced that Prince of Wales, Queen's heir, is travelling immediately to Balmoral in Scotland, and he is dropping all his plans. We are also, of course, trying to. Well, I just checked in with Kensington Palace to see what Prince William's doing this hour, because obviously he's been informed. We're told all about him, keep that being informed, but Prince William will also, I'm sure, be expected to visit as well.
Max, remind us of the Queen's activities over the last week, where she was seen and not seen, and what concerns have arisen over the last few days about her health.
Well, she always goes to Scotland, Balmoral in the summer, and she always comes to Buckingham Palace to appoint a new Prime Minister. And the concern recently was that she announced that she would not be returning from Balmoral to appoint Prime Minister. So the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers had to travel all the way to Balmoral to have the audience with the Queen. She looks very frail, but she is 96 years old and she was standing. So I wasn't too concerned about what I saw there. I did get concerned last night when I got a message to say there was a meeting of the Privy Council, which is this ancient institution, very fundamental to the British Constitution. There was a meeting that the Queen was due to chair by Zoom from Balmoral, and that was a very important meeting because it was swearing in Liz Truss as the Prime Minister, but also into the Privy Council. It makes some core decisions, and the Prime Minister needs to be on that council. That meeting was cancelled. So we were now in a situation where a major constitutional event was cancelled even via Zoom. We didn't get any more updates after that, but there was lots of rumours this morning about the Queen. Often happens. I did start getting concerned when I started hearing rumours of a fall at Balmoral, but I told those rumours of a fall are not to be believed. I've just had a message as we're speaking from Kensington Palace saying the Duke of Cambridge is travelling to Balmoral. So we've got the Duke of Cambridge, Prince William, and Prince Charles both travelling immediately, cancelling everything to Balmoral. Let's just put this into context. The story today about Prince William was his kids' first day at school. So he's dropped his kids off at school and he's headed straight up to Balmoral. So it's a very concerning situation.
The sense is, I think from that photo yesterday where we saw her meeting with Trust, she appeared happy. She does have some assistance with the cane, but at one point appeared to actually be lifting it there in one of those photos. The sense that even though you're saying, your sources are saying, no, don't believe that there was a fall, but there seems to be perhaps some sort of sense there's something to the turn, obviously, between that moment and now.
It does feel like that, and it's interesting, isn't it? They addressed it. It wasn't all. I mean, the suggestion is it's more serious. I think it's a very worrying situation with the nation. I've just had a moment to glance across all the British TV networks and all in rolling coverage. And what I would say, not when there's been these scares before, we get subtle nudge from the palace to calm things down, and we do because that's an indication that it's not serious. What the palace is doing is allowing this massive rolling story to develop, which is worrying in itself.
Yeah, let's just be transparent.
Queen's doctors are concerned for health and just a new announcement, AJ, my management company, new announcement, President and personal aides are concerned for my majesty's health. So my majesty's health is me. I am the majesty. I am the heir to the throne. So people are concerned for my health, and the reason being is for me, slow down some, but I'm doing a lot better. So let's understand that I'm 17 years old. I will be 18 years old next year. I'm doing a lot better. Let's just understand that.
So that is why I looked around and see all the British media and rolling coverage right now. That's why you're looking around and seeing concerned faces where you are in London. You see it because we don't know what's going to happen. This could be an issue of not being able to film movies. This could be a simple scare and can get better. But this is, as of now, something that we have not seen before.
No, let's look at the best case scenario here. Is we may be unable to carry out those duties, which she's 96-year-old. She's exhausted from the meeting. She'll get ready for tiny ministerial moments, particularly when the photographers are in. She's tired, and she may not be able to carry out some of the basic duties. So I think what would happen in that situation is that she would appoint her councillors of state. They are primarily Prince William and Prince Charles, and she would appoint them and issue letters patent for legal registers to give them particular duties, perhaps carving them up. So someone deals with Parliament, someone deals with prime ministers, and you act on my behalf. So that might be something that's happening here. It could be something much more broad, which is what we call a regency, which is where the Queen delegates all of her powers effectively to Prince Charles. But that's quite a complex process. There's a committee that oversees that, and it has to be agreed. Has that been done already? I'm not quite sure. But the top the Queen is comfortable, so no indication that it's more serious than that. But there's something serious going on with that. My worry about health is just the language of the statement, the fact that her two immediate heirs to St. John are heading up to Balmoral. We don't know the state of the Queen's health. Frankly, we've only been told she has mobility issues. What is the underlying cause of that mobility issue? That's something we may be told one day, but we were never told it about Prince Philip, for example. So we may never know the underlying cause of her illness, but she's 96 years old and standing all day, as you say. So she's in good health considering her age.
I want to make sure y'all can see the TV, darlings.
Yes, but she is 96 years old, as you say. I do want to bring in Dr. Sandra Group to the conversation. Obviously, Sanjay, we've got limited information here, but
some things are really not. The Queen was died very sadly. She died peacefully, found no something to do. King and briefly sought the reference there to Charles.
Queen Elizabeth II dies at 96.
Evening, and will return to London tomorrow.
This was 9 months ago.
Another email I just received. If there's any extra there. No. The Queen has died. And long live the King. I'm looking forward to King Charles, because we don't know what his name would be. But all we know is that Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, which is horrific news for the nation, and I can only imagine how people feel and watching this, you'll see that the flag over Buckingham Palace has been lowered to symbolize the Queen's death. I don't know quite what to say. I mean, this is the news we were dreading, but obviously what happened this afternoon was the Queen died and the family were informed they headed up to Balmoral and they are there to pay their respects. There's a very clear process that follows. Now we would expect to hear from the King tonight in televised address, and you'll start hearing bells tolling across London and indeed the nation. And flags lowered like this will be reflected at public buildings across the United Kingdom. And we have a very clear process of about 10 days leading up to
Fact check: did Trump's South Carolina rally
detail about
attract 50,000 people?
to be signed off by the King to be formalised. But we'll be hearing more details about that, I'm sure, as the evening progresses. But Queen Elizabeth has died at the age around the world, and indeed other nations where she wasn't head of state, who revered her as the longest serving, but I'd say most revered head of state. So she's died this afternoon.
Next, let me just ask you about just personally, you have followed this family through much of your career. You're a royal correspondent. You have watched the Queen in good times and in bad times. What are your thoughts about her in this moment, about the reign, the life, about her mother's?
I think what she did was extraordinary. She came to the throne in her 20s with a crumbling empire. Many people talk about the death of the monarchy. And somehow she turned that into one of the most successful, arguably the most successful monarchy that Britain has ever seen. She reigned over a tumultuous period of British history, the media revolution, a loss of reverence in society. She's someone that we can't actually relate to because of the kind of life that she lived, but someone who we did ultimately learn to relate to because of the way she managed her monarchy. She remained relevant by embracing the media, by connecting with us, by speaking to
Ex-Trump spokesperson claims she saw him show off documents on Mar-a-Lago's dining patio.
She also was there in times of grief. Any national moment in the third, she would be there for us. We would see her at regular events, and also tiptoe through our lives, and she was always there. I think what is going to be very difficult is for us not to see her in our ultimate moment of grief, which is her dying. And we will now look to the King. We'll wait to hear whether or not the King keeps the name Charles, whether he's King Charles or chooses another name. We will get details on that when the placard is up there and up in the palace, where he will, the formal announcement will be made and there'll be a reference to his name. We know that Camilla is now the Queen Consort, since she is Queen Camilla. Prince William is now Duke of Cornwall. He will eventually become the Prince of Wales, because that's something, a title that will come to him, and he's succeeded the Duchy of Cornwall, and now Prince George is second in line to the throne. So this is a huge moment of British history, Commonwealth history, and I think for the world, because I think she transcended she monarchy. So I think she was a truly global figure, and one who has a guaranteed place in the history books. I'm now looking down at this people gathering outside Palace Gates, and I think that those numbers will escalate. It'll be a very emotional scene as this news sets in.
It is very extraordinary to hear Max describe what's happened and keep using the word King Charles, or sorry, King, the new king, because for 70 years, this country and the world has only known a Queen Elizabeth. She was one of only very few female monarchs of this kingdom, and incredibly successful, along with Queen Victoria, along with Queen Elizabeth I. And it's very difficult to know where the country will go in terms of its relationship with the monarchy, and it's probably too early even to talk about this now. But we are in a state of crisis here in the United Kingdom, like around the rest of the world, prompted by the war in Ukraine and by many other issues, food poverty, energy poverty, inflation, strikes, people's unrest, confidential climate, which she was very privately devoted to, along with her fellow 96-year-old David Attenborough, who was a well-known figure as well. And that was, when we talk about how she never really did any interviews, she kind of did a quality interview with him, celebrating, I think, their 95th birthdays or something, some such event. And it was just amazing to see how she was, in her own way, really on the curve of important issues like the climate. Her husband, her late husband, Prince Philip, was very much on that issue as well. I think we saw the quick decline in terms of morale and health when her husband, Prince Philip, died. We were both here reporting on his funeral. It was the last time we saw the Queen really out in public. Yes, we did on the Jubilee, but that was in the middle of COVID. She was all on her own, and I remember people speculating then about how she might continue her life without the man who was her life partner, not just personally, but also professionally. And she did decline quite significantly after that. With COVID, she had a bout of COVID with this euphemistically phrased mobility problems, which, I mean, she's 98, 96 years old. Yeah, she had some trouble walking, but she was so often viewed standing, even in the last months, even the last couple of days, as we poured over that last picture of her, greeting the latest and her last Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the 50th Prime Minister of this country. We've heard from former Prime Ministers just before this announcement was made, Tony Blair, David Cameron from different parties, wishing her and the family well, concerned about the news that was coming out in the past several hours. And as we've said, we know that President Biden, he's, I believe, the 14th or so president that she has known. She first knew President Truman and all the other US presidents. And yet she's been the head of the Commonwealth. She's been surrounded by world leaders throughout the last 70 years and has given a message, I guess, of continuity. I guess that's it, continuity and stability in a very, very turbulent world, particularly throughout her reign.
Yeah, and Leolah, it's so interesting to hear talk about Britain being at a crisis right now in terms of the economy, gas prices and the like. This is when Elizabeth II oversaw and was a steadying force through so many crises over the last 70 years of her reign. There's no telling now how the king, what his reign will be like, and what impact that will have. They're posting right now the statement of her death on the gates of the Buckingham Palace. The Queen got peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. Statement said the King and Queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and return to London tomorrow, Thursday, in September 2022. That is the mission posting the statement on the gates of Buckingham Palace. Just watch. Bianca, the person at the helm of so many crises over the last 70 years is no longer there. Oh yeah,
Was Anna Stewart there?
She acknowledged and she became through life with a continuity, a towering historical figure, and living legend around the world and around the Commonwealth. Britain is not only on the verge of an economic crisis, but also an identity crisis. It's been buffeted, it's been challenged. To some extent, it's confused about the place in the world after Brexit. There's no longer peace on the European continent. It is a time of great flux and great uncertainty. And this is usually when the British public would look to the monarch. If you consider during the COVID-19 pandemic, she was referred to as the comforter in chief for the speeches that she gave to the nation, for the solace and the comfort that she provided. So this would be a moment of profound shock and grief. When I say this, as I see the crowds swelling behind us outside the front of Buckingham Palace, and even on a personal level for me, I grew up in New Zealand where the Queen was also head of state. And once I moved to England, she came to my primary school once or twice. I had the opportunity to meet her. She seems to have touched so many people's lives somehow. A woman with such a dedication to the civic duty that was unearned. As Christiane Max has said, abdication was never in her vocabulary. She loved this work. It wasn't just her duty. And Britain has lost one of their true historical greats this afternoon. I know you're a patriot.
Well, the ultimate picture. Someone that dedicated her life ultimately to work and it's made no sacrifices. I think what we're looking for now, I expect the Prime Minister to make the first statement. She will come and demonstrate, I'm sure, Edinburgh now, and try to sum up what is a legacy which is so transcending. It's a further 70 years of reign where so much changed and yeah, there you go. Program's out. So the program comes out in Downing Street for state addresses. So this trust, I mean, they should be like this is a zero point. I mean, this arguably could define a career when we're talking about energy prices to this and what it is.
And that's also for the grandeur of the Queen's life and the expectation all throughout this day. I'm really struck by the simplicity of the message that was being put to the gates of Mount Arnold. The official so-called letter that announces the Queen said, they were just so utterly simple. No grand words, just the Queen died peacefully today, this afternoon, talking about the King and the Queen Consort will remain in Balmoral until tomorrow. That's it. That's it. That's the formal announcement.
I think, as Bianca noted, the crowds coming out there, that's going to be, the really emotional moment. I think they're going to be really shocked about how they feel. I mean, we had it down like this is times 10. I would argue. We're waiting for this trust to come out, but also, I'm sure I've seen the website, I think you'll see that all websites only black. You'll start hearing cannons being fired at royal palaces. You'll see flags half starred across the nation and across the Commonwealth. And I think there's just going to be a massive outpouring. We're doing a big test, a huge test for this trust to try to express the nation at a moment where most people probably can't even find words.
Yeah. Max, I wanted to go to Mountain Chance, who was standing by outside, sitting down on the street there. And Matt, you should point out, it is not just the nation. It's not just the people in Great Britain that are watching, it's the world that is watching. And noted passing the Queen Elizabeth II.
That's right. Of course, Queen Elizabeth II isn't just Queen Britain, she's the Queen of 15 countries. And so this is a loss on an international scale. You can see it's been a flurry of activity here in Downing Street. We showed you the flags earlier, flying at full staff, they're now going to be lowered to half staff, which is that sort of early official recognition of the passing Queen Elizabeth II. You can also see that this elector has been put out in front of the door of 10 Downing Street in preparation for the Prime Minister to step outside for official residence of office and to address the cameras and to address the nation and, of course, to address the world at this moment of loss. It's incredible the heat that she has got to embark on. It'd be for anybody that she has to be sort of warrior chief, if you like, for the nation, for the Commonwealth of nations as well. And that would be difficult for anyone to. When you consider this trust only been in this job for 2 days, and she's not, I think it's fair to say, the best public performer, so she hasn't sort of fitted into that yet, so got fully comfortable with that. It is going to be an enormous challenge for us. It's going to be really interesting to say, and how she says it as well, to say, we don't know exactly when that door of the 10 actually is going to open. I tried to get some timing on that a few moments ago from one of the Downing Street aides that was milling around outside setting up lecture and saying he didn't know. But the expectation is it will happen sort of any moment
And Matthew, it was only on Tuesday that British Prime Minister Truss met the Queen at Balmoral. And it's really the last letter that we have seen of.
It was, yes, and I put together that photo very hard, and you can see that the Queen's 96 years old, she's 96, and she looked very great. In retrospect, looking back, you can see that she was not her old self. And obviously within days of that, a couple of things, 48 hours, she's danced, and so this was obviously very serious. There have been enormous preparations that have been planned for the death movements, but really since the 1960s. I mean, 3 times a year, committees meet, they decide that the funeral arrangements are going to be the Queen, has had her own input in how she would like to be sort of seen off. There's an enormous security operation that is going to be swinging into action right now. It's going to be one of the biggest security operations that London's ever seen. Of course, the expectation is there will be vast crowds of people coming to the British capital. It's going to involve the police, the other security forces, the armed forces, the transport, and all of those things working together. What will obviously be the funeral of the century for this country. And so that is now getting underway. The first step in that is going to be taking place already. And of course, it has to unfold. It's called Operation London Bridge. Well, that was the code name. And there's a special code phrase that it was said would be passed on to the Prime Minister when it was confirmed with the Queen. Said that was London Bridge is down. And so now, obviously, that has been passed on to the Prime Minister, and which she's going to be playing out to say in a couple of minutes. But in comparison with Operation London Bridge, the funeral arrangements for the Queen was second. Operation Springtime, which is the investiture of the coronation of a new one, also is going to be Charles. And so that also has to get out of the way as well. So we're entering a period which is going to take some time of enormous planning, ministry planning, that is going to see into enormous events for this nation and for the world.
Day of celebration, tragedies in multiple communities reeling from deadly shootings in Philadelphia. Question. Mounted after a suspect in body armor opened fire last night, killing 5 people. Let's look at it. Yeah.
This is the Princeton. Just this afternoon, a federal judge barred parts of the administration from contacting social media platforms around online content. I mean, really came in response to a lawsuit brought by Republican-led states alleging that the White House led to
Good afternoon. We are interrupting programs to bring you the latest on the health of the Queen, who is currently as the sick press, which has been so the front time here is
Thank you, Kirsty. This empty road as the hearse approaches the middle of the long walk that leads up to the castle. As everywhere the hearse passes, the solution gets past. And on the long walk itself, the Secret Service is investigating an unknown item found inside the White House complex on Sunday. Sources tell ABC News it's what's described in radio traffic as a cocaine-like substance. Multiple law enforcement sources also say that powder was found in the West Wing area of the White House. President Joe Biden was at Camp David at the time. The item was reportedly sent to a Secret Service lab for further testing.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News. A day of unity and remembrance in Highland Park, marking 1 year since a mass shooting. Tonight, we're reclaiming their community and embodying the strength and resilience that defines Highland Park. Highland Park marked 1 year since a mass shooting that killed 7 people and injured dozens more during their Independence Day parade. The community wrapping up the night with an incredible drone show. They honored the lives taken, but also focused on the power of healing and hope, for proving that even amidst unimaginable pain, resilience can shine bright.
Katie Goldstein of Highland Park, Arena McCarthy of Highland Park, Kevin Michael McCarthy of Highland Park, Stephen Strauss of Highland Park, Jackie Logie Sondheim of Highland Park, Nicolas Toledo of Morelos, Mexico, Eduardo Ubaldo of Waukegan. 83 rounds, one minute. That's how long it took for a single individual to permanently alter dozens, if not hundreds of lives forever. The impact of that 1 minute is incomprehensible.
The city held a moment of silence on this day of somber reflection. More than 2,200 people came together for a community walk. They marched the same route as last year's parade so the community can reclaim it and move forward in a way that will give them a chance to experience 4th of July again in the future. That march ended with a picnic in Sunset Woods Park. Tonight, Highland Park hosted a concert, but there were no fireworks. Instead, the city put on a light display created by drones. Take a look at this dazzling show over the city. You can see dozens of drones spinning around in the sky. CBS News' Maribel Gonzalez joins us live now from Highland Park. Maribel.
Yeah, Erica, there were many mixed emotions here tonight. On one hand, people say that they're happy to be once again celebrating the 4th of July as a community. But on the other hand, there's a sense of mourning for those who tragically could not be here. But they all tell us that events like these help them with their healing and also to move forward. They say music is good for the soul. Highland Park, that couldn't be any more true. Actor and Highland Park High School graduate Gary Sinise back in his hometown, taking the stage at Wolster's Field for a free concert.
We don't want July 4th to be taken away from the city of Highland Park.
Hoping the tunes can help uplift a community still grieving from the tragedy that occurred here 1 year ago.
That's the best thing when we can pull.
Roll or cover down or turn them down.
Yeah.
Yeah. They offered it to me like after she died. Right.
Well, I wasn't offered the role, but I would love to, play there, but I couldn't do it. Not at the time because I wasn't even born when the Selena movie came out. It came out in 1997. I wasn't born till April 25th, 2006.
Like this thing, they were.
Hey, 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 it's Tim, baby. And I am back with another video. So this is part one of the dynamic between Abraham and Selena. Now, this was a special request from a generous subscriber who loved my first video as well as the latest video that I have sent. And I want to thank this person for their many, many compliments as well as our conversations in the comments about my video. I'm going to shout this person out. Asia Blue, I think I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you for your many comments and your support and your your support and everything. I really do appreciate it. And as well as the many others who supported my videos pertaining to Selena and encouraging me to do more. And I will do more. This video is part one of their dynamic. As you saw in the little clip before, in the beginning of this video, it shows an interview between I forgot the name, the guy whose show she was on. I think it's What's Happening Live on Bravo. And a fan had called in and asked Salma Hayek, was it true that she was offered to play Selena? In the Selena movie back in 1997, she said that the rumors were right. Now, what was news to me was I didn't know that Abraham contacted her a week after she died. I thought that she was contacted a year after she died, not a week. Now, that shit blew me away because I'm like, a week?
Like a week. She's not even in the ground yet, and you already are calling around offering roles to play your daughter, the daughter that just passed away, the your child, your child that you always wanted to keep her as a child is has passed away, and you're already calling around asking people to play her. That is to me calculated, crazy, and like I said, it just proves to me that he has something to do with it because that shit blew me away. It literally was crazy. When I said I heard that, and then you can hear that she almost said it was disturbing, but she stopped herself. I didn't complete the whole interview thing because it basically said that she basically said that J Lo did a great job playing her, and she felt like the role wasn't for her. That it wasn't for her, but it was for J Lo. But it sounded like she was about to say disturbing, but she caught herself. That shit was disturbing, and you should have said it because it was disturbing. And maybe people will look at them different if she would have said that. A week though. But we're gonna go on. So, as you all know, Abraham is Kitania is Selena's father. Um, like in the movie, he had a band or a group called the Dino. Which when Selena was in the band, was started her band, is she kept the name the Dinos. I guess he may have, I guess in honor of his old band. But he was in a group called the Dinos, but his career did not go off like Selena's did. It really didn't go off. So he just let it go. So years later, or decades later, he basically forced, no, it ain't no basically, he forced upon his family, his kids, to live out his dream that he couldn't fulfill by forming a group called Selena Elos Dino. And they performed in for weddings, grand openings, restaurants, whatever, carnivals, fairs, whatever you want to call it, dances. They were opening up for them for stuff like that until their thing branched off. Now
We're now at two
he also
hours
had a
and 2 minutes, just
restaurant,
about.
and then he also had his children perform at his restaurant that he had. Now I'm thinking about it. This man had a restaurant, and he was still, managing his children in their band that they just started. Marcella was supportive, even though she really didn't like the fact that, she had their kids, out late at night and stuff, performing and stuff like that. She was supporting her husband. Now, years later, when Selena became Selena, um, and she wanted to open up her boutique,
He was against it.
Abraham was against it.
That makes no sense.
But you did you, but
You had a
but he
business.
had a restaurant, a business, outside of his managing his kids and stuff. So
Why
why
couldn't
couldn't
she do
Selena do it?
Right.
The only person,
That
the
was
only
totally
individuals that
supported.
supported Selena
Was
in her
Marcella
new endeavor
and her husband.
was her mother and her husband,
That's it.
not her father or any other people that was in her family.
Nobody else.
Those two, the only two that supported her all the way.
Only people. Yes.
Okay. So next. Okay. So I saw an interview. I saw an interview on YouTube, and it was about um the death of Selena, I guess a year later. And the reporter said famous for how she died, how she lived her life, and famous for how she died.
Really? Come on now.
Then it says after her death,
Her name is now famous. She was famous before her death.
Those are delicious new cuts.
That's why I don't understand. She's
Now
already
famous.
famous. She's already famous.
Doesn't that ring a bell?
Right.
He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that through death, she will become more famous. Through death, she will become famous. And look what they said it. They said it. Not I. I just believed it that that's what it was, but they said it. They fucking said it. Icing on the fucking cake. Then in an interview, the same interview, he said, they interviewed him. He said the reality is she is dead and we have to live with it. What the fuck? True.
The reality
it is the
is
reality
she's
is
dead.
passed away, but the fuck
It's not how
what
you say it. It's how you say it.
it. Like what the fuck? That sounds so fucking
Careless
so
and
fucking like
don't like
it
is
sounds
what it is.
it's not like it is what it is type shit.
Yeah.
Like it is what it fucking is. Like, bitch, that shit could have been avoided had you been on your P's and Q's like you were when she and Chris was sneaking around. How tight you were to make sure they weren't seeing each other, but you was so loose when it came to her and Yolanda. What the fuck? On to the next. So, I also read that Selena could not stand hurting anything. But it's so funny how she couldn't stand hurting anything or anyone,
But
the people around her did not mind hurting her.
Right.
And she endured that. What was so disturbing to me about her, about Abraham, is that he was so psycho that he had Chris and Selena hiding in hotels, sneaking around. They are fucking grown. They were 20, between the ages of 20, 22 years old. Why are you having these grown folks sneaking around like they're 15 years old and in love? That doesn't make any sense. He had him in hotels, staying in hotels, so she can sneak over across the river or wherever there was, the lake, to meet him, but then found out that her aunt works at the hotel that he was staying at in Corpus Christi, and she panicked, like her whole soul was going to come out of her body. Like that's how scared she was. And she was like, he was playing with her when he was like, oh, it's cool. What's good, YouTube? It's your girl Tia, and I am back with another video. I know it's been a while, and I'm very, very sorry. I've been lazy, but I've been working, so that's more of the reason why I haven't been posting anything, because I've been lazy and I've been working. Right now I'm on a break, so I just been chilling. And obviously you can tell that my hair is never done when I'm on a video because I really don't care. I'm not getting done up for just a 10-20 minute video if I wasn't doing nothing before. So you take me as I am. Don't like the way I look, don't watch. But I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I hope that your holiday has been what you asked for. I hope you got what you asked for. I hope that you have a good time on New Year's Eve and bring in the new year with a bang. Yeah. So I was thinking about what I want to talk about. And there was a little brief discussion on Facebook about my awesome person, singer, Selena. I love her. Loved her since the movie. I knew a little bit of, I knew of her before she passed. Like kind of, but it wasn't like I did when the movie came out. And ever since then, I've been a fan. So it's been over 20 years since I've been a fan. And I love her English and Spanish music. And yes, I have
seen all her
music
recent pages.
Yes,
Yes, I can.
But what bothered me was I just received a post from Facebook friend of mine. Sorry about my nails. Yes, I'm so crusty. Whatever. Um, that the family is working with Netflix to bring out a series about her life. And I kind of think of it. I'm like, but didn't the family just knock down her
I'm
husband?
also working with Netflix to do a movie titled AJ, the Sexy and Glamorous
So
Superstar.
instead he had to go to book. But now the
AJ,
family is
Donald
trying
Trump's
to
lead
get
is growing in the
um
2024
the
GOP
series. And I really think that
nomination
they're
race.
making money off her name. She's not even here to enjoy the fruits of her labor like she wanted to when she was alive, because she said it in one of her interviews. Um, I really felt like it wasn't fair because the father tried to take Chris to court to stop it. But now y'all trying to do a series. We y'all need a series. Well, the movie already came out a year after she passed, which was very, very soon. And this is why I want to talk about her dad and his name, not Chris, for the dad naming. This is my conspiracy theory. I really feel, but before I get to that, I will say the mother, not the mother had nothing to do with it. The father and the two siblings, her siblings, that they're making money off of her. They're making money because they can't stay relevant without, saying her name. The way they say it, that they're trying to keep her legacy alive, they're doing it in a greedy way because they want to make money off her. They're not genuinely wanting to keep her legacy alive because there's Aaliyah, there's Tupac, there's Biggie, there's all these other famous singers who passed away at a very young age. Do you see their families continually putting their name out there, putting new projects out there to keep their legacy alive? No, they did one movie and that was it. And the Leah movie was some trash because the family didn't have anything to do with that. But I'm just saying, like, they're not continuing to expose their lost loved one to make money. They like his music, their music will continue to live on. If the radio is continue to play it, they play it, whatever. They're not making series or all these other type of stuff to keep her to keep their legacy alive just so they can make money off it. No, they let it go after a while. And that's what I think her family needs to let her flex. Now, I'm not saying her music can continue to float, of course, because she made music for the people to hear. But all this other stuff is series, when they already made a movie about her, why do you need that? Why do you need a series when we already know much about her through the movie and through her husband's book?
I want to personally make a Netflix series about my life and my crossover into the mainstream English pop market and into the YouTube mainstream market. I want that to be brought to Netflix because I think you have to audition for it or something. I'm not sure, but I have to look up on that.
More do we need to know? Maybe she don't want that. We don't know that. And this is why I feel so I came to this conclusion about conspiracy theory on her death. I might get a lot of hate. I might get a lot of criticism, but I don't care. It's my opinion. It's not facts. It's not facts. I really personally think the father had a lot to do with Selena's death. Yes, I said it. I really feel as though he had a lot to do with her death. I think he orchestrated it because it's just so funny how um she passes away right when she was getting ready to become mainstream. He had a fear that in my opinion, he had a fear for her career, for her control, for his control over her career, for control over her money and her life if she goes mainstream. Because he had all of the control in the Spanish world because he was her manager in the Spanish world. He had control of her assets, her money, her career, her life, all of that.
Once she go mainstream, she has they gonna set her up with a new set of people, and he would not have a lot of a say so in that once she become mainstream. And I feel as though he had a lot of fear in that because once she become mainstream, he was not gonna get that big checks that he was getting. He was not gonna get all the control that he was getting from her. He wouldn't control her no more, her career, her money, and he was afraid of that. And he didn't want her, he was afraid that the people on the mainstream side was gonna get in her ear, letting her know your father is doing you because he was. Yeah, he was. For one, when she was getting sponsorship, her money from her sponsorships and shows, he was controlling that. He was giving out the group's portion, his portion, and whatever was left over was for her. And I really feel like that's a red flag. For one, nobody should be touching her sponsorship money for one, because that's her sponsorship money that she did on her own. She should be the one, I don't know, maybe she discussed with her father that you can split the money, whatever. If she did, fine, but it never said that she didn't. I mean that she did. So I'm gonna assume that she did. And if she didn't, she should have. She should have been the one to say, if I whatever I make on my sponsorship money, that I will give you the people who can get what or whatever. But really, in reality, she should be getting the sponsorship money. All the sponsorship money should have been going to her. And if she want to make the decision um, to equal out her portions, then that's fine. But he should not have been the one to do it. No. And then give her whatever's left over. What kind of crap is that? What kind of crap is that? That's one red flag. Two, um, like I said, I really think he orchestrated her death because he was afraid he wasn't gonna have no control anymore and he wasn't gonna make no more money, like as much money as he was on the Spanish. So I really feel like he hired someone to get her to have her killed. And I really feel as though he had hired on someone. He already had a getaway with her. He already knew that she was obsessed over Celine. He already knew that she was gullible. He already knew that she would do anything for money, obviously because she stole money. She lied and all of that, and she's done it in the past. How you gonna hire somebody and not do a background check on that person? That doesn't make sense. Quite a red flag. So he didn't want to take the heat, so he probably hired her to kill her, bribing her with some money and enough money to persuade her to kill her when she was already obsessed with it. He probably had lied to Yolanda saying that Selena did this, Selena did that, to get her upset, to give her a reason to really kill her, not only for money, but anger, whatever. So I'm not saying that this is true, not by any means necessarily not saying this is. All right, I have time. Jesus. Okay, guys, I'm going to end the live stream.
Associated Press reports that a white powdery substance, which forced an emergency shutdown and an evacuation at the White House Sunday, was in fact cocaine. Law enforcement sources told the Associated Press that cocaine identification came from a preliminary test. The Secret Service and the Biden administration have not commented on that update of the cocaine being found in the White House. Reporters say while doing routine
Watch her go to school, and when she got home, be there.
I'll stay up and think of you. And I shall start somebody I'm thinking I won't need to. Cause I'm changing. Don't you listen till tomorrow. I'll be holding tight. Until there's no more. Whatever me. Here in my ear. Sure you know about you. What I can remember. And then if you look to my eyes, see what's inside. What you even care. I just wanna hold you close, so far. All of your dreams of you. So I did too much to say how much I love you. Yes, I do. I know you changed. From you tonight, so tomorrow, so you got the happy inside to make this. Yes, it's so dreaming. I stay up and think of you. I still can't believe you came up to me and said, I love you. And so this one, yes, yeah, regular, usually it's spacing and here they want to look your game was spacing engine.
The nominees for
Tejano
Game
Taco Bar.
I Could
Selena.
Fall in Love, Selena y los Dinos. Macarena, Cali Cabana.
I could fall in love.
Selena.
I want to thank Abraham Quintanilla and his entire family for having had the faith to bring Selena to EMI Music in 1989 and for having blessed EMI Music with such a talented artist, such a wonderful human being, such a wonderful family. Mil gracias. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Quintanilla family, Chris Bettis, we want to thank all the Tejanos, todos Mexicanos, all Latin America for their support and your love in our time of need. I wish she could be here to accept this, but we'll be.
Selena.
It's the 20th anniversary of the Selena movie. Now, as a young girl growing up with Latina roots, I remember the first time I saw Selena. I was completely floored. Finally, a pop star I could identify with. She was bicultural. She had curves. She quickly became my favorite artist. Selena's life was taken in 1995 when she was just 23 years old.
She had this beautiful personality and she had this amazing talent. And combining all that together, I think that that's why we're still talking about her. And it's like all over again. And it's a new generation embracing her.
I came to Corpus Christi, Texas, where the memory of Selena Quintanilla is still very much alive, from the Selena Memorial Statue to her gravesite to the Selena Museum. I sat down with Selena's sister Suzette and her father Abraham in their very own recording studio to commemorate the film's 20th anniversary and pay homage to Selena's life and legacy.
We believe one person can change how.
Crystal World has lost a dynamite performer and an all-around lady. I had a chance to meet Selena at the opening of the Hard Rock Cafe, and simply put, she was a class act.
Okay, thank you, Bridget Smith. Selena's full name, by the way, was Selena Quintanilla Perez. She was born in 1971 in Lake Jackson, south of Houston. She began singing with her family's band when she was 9 and basically hadn't stopped since. She grew up in Corpus Christi, still had a home there. She spent a lot of time in San Antonio, though, even recording her latest music video here. Just 23 years old, as we said, Selena quickly became one of the most popular figures on the Tejano music scene. She won a Grammy last year for Best Mexican American Album. Her latest album, Amor Prohibido, meaning Forbidden Love, went quadruple platinum, selling almost 500,000 copies. Interestingly, most of her recordings were in Spanish, but Spanish was not really her native language. It was English, which she had just started to record in. Last year, Selena joked in an interview she still had trouble pronouncing Spanish R's properly. She could have been an even bigger star had she crossed over into English and more pop music. Selena was not only a singer, she was a businesswoman, opening a chain of clothing stores they called Selena. You saw Bridget just a moment ago at the San Antonio store on Broadway and the near North Side. The store features a lot of the same flashy style Selena wore on stage. Because of those costumes she wore on stage, including high boots and bustier, many compared Selena to Madonna, but unlike her on singer.
Like Madonna, she's not like Madonna. I mean, I have the utmost respect for Madonna and her career, but her and Madonna are two different celebrities. Selena is the type of humble and very outgoing and very hard. Selena couldn't stand hurting anyone. And what I don't understand is she couldn't stand hurting anyone, but the people around her could not stand, they didn't mind hurting her. And that I don't understand why she really allowed that to happen. Because if it was me, I wouldn't have allowed that.
Selena was known for emphasizing family values. While she didn't live in San Antonio, she did give time to help the community. And last year, she and Mayor Nelson Wolff announced a concert and fashion show to benefit the coast that was held in Hemisphere Arena. Just 2 weeks ago, she gave up part of a Saturday to perform at the Alamo Dome for students, a rally to encourage kids to stay in school. Where kids enjoyed the show. Laurie Lockett talked with Selena backstage at that time about why she was there.
Selena, you're here, you start talking about the things we generate. Why is it important for you to come and talk to kids about getting so?
We've been trying to get building for to take some time for program functions. Really, for turn on it. Right, it's a good time to get and you practicing for themselves and practicing come in.
And if you spend all the method when doing a bitty bomb, I say,
So I think back in the back for them to choose. Fine, the kids said that you make
it's kind of like if you're being true for dinner driving in for yourself, so like, it's, well, that's enough.
it's built demo hair, it's not. Here, it's tons of
Los más felices de la vida de Selena al recibir el año pasado el
Just
premio
like
Grammy
she was resting.
con una rosa roja en sus manos.
Oh, here's who inherited Selena's money after she died. The thing is about me, I'm keeping everything in my name. I'll give, whatever I make if I have enough, if I'm a millionaire by that time. I mean, I am a millionaire, but just not have got the money yet.
Today marks 28 years since the death of Selena Quintanilla.
But I do have, a good amount. I have a lot of savings when it comes to YouTube views, 7,317 YouTube views saved up.
Today marks 28 years since the death of Selena Quintanilla Perez. She was born just outside of Houston in Lake Jackson on April 16, 1971. The daughter artist was killed by the president of her fan club when she was just 23 years old. Yolanda Saldivar was tried for murder and sentenced to life in prison. The music icon managed to endear not only Latinos and Mexican Americans, but generations around the world. Selena, being a female Tejano artist, ended up opening doors for more women in the male-dominated music genre. One of her lasting legacies.
And like I said, Yolanda, the killer, will not be eligible or won't even be available to get out, or even if they won't even allow her to get out. She has to be approved to be eligible to get out. So that means she won't even be eligible till May 2025. So when the kids here press resting place that's inside. Thank you for visiting the final resting place of Selena. The family respectfully requests that you share your thoughts and well wishes through a Facebook or Google review rather than on her final resting place. The thing about how I'm so connected between Selena is because her birthday is April 16th, 1971 to mark her death, March 31st, 1995. And like I said, if she was still alive, I believe she would have been doing hits with Beyonce, J-Lo. I don't believe J-Lo would have been, who she is now because, I think the industry would have chose Selena first. And, the movie made J-Lo an even bigger star. So if Selena was still alive, I don't believe there would be no reason to do a movie because she would still be living. There really would be no reason to do a movie if she was still alive.
Ahora sí, pero tener esta us. Yes, that meeting better. Celebraciones, celebraciones, mi amor, todos celebraciones, solo así. Yes.
There's not what I like you all. There's a bird where she's looking off. There's more. Go back to it. She's like into the time. He's really good at it. Oh, yeah. What's hard? What's there sweet? She said, I'm beginning because when you watch this TV, taking the old one, says I'm getting it. This is the one to do this. No, I'm sitting there. So, time is long. In you, I can be strong. I look to you.
So I'm going to end the YouTube live stream. I think you guys so well, I'm gonna end it in 16 minutes. Somebody just sent me something.
Carquest Auto Parts stores. We're independent and locally owned.
A spectacular sight tonight over the East River. Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Sam for one.
Hey, I'm Joe Torres. Bill and Sade had the night off. The fireworks dazzled thousands who turned out along the East River to watch, and it was made possible because of the keen eyes of the NYPD.
An army of officers whose only job tonight was keeping the event safe. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Heininger spent time exclusively with the NYPD's acting commissioner as he settles into the job on a very big night.
Josh is on Manhattan's east side tonight. Josh.
And Joe, Sandra, happy 4th to you. We'll introduce you to the acting police commissioner in a second. First,
In the middle of this bloody offensive tonight, Ukraine's success wasn't on a very different front line. This one, more than 5,000 miles away, Scranton, Pennsylvania. We are producing, thousands of rounds more a month than we were this time last year. Inside this U.S. Army ammunition plant, contractor General Dynamics produces 155 millimeter artillery shells. Eventually becoming some of the very firepower essential oil trains fight against Russia. In late May, NBC News was granted access to the plant, one of the locations helping make 24,000 rounds each month. I can feel that heat from back here. The Army says it's a great job. American steel sculpting, inspected and sent off to be armed. Explosives. Part of what the Pentagon says is in Fortune's ramp up. The Army won't tell us exactly how many are going to Ukraine. The Army says that because the security concern. But even if every one of these shells went to Ukraine, that may still not be enough. Some of the Scranton community grateful for the city's role in the Ukrainian war effort. The pride is just huge. Yeah, I think Ukraine should get as much ammunition as they can. But figuring out how to send so much firepower to Ukraine also raises concerns about America running out of ammunition. Seth Jover studies military operations if the United States went to war today.
And injuring others, including the toddler twins. And in Texas, 3 more killed at a July 4th gathering. The search now on for that shooter. Washout in the Northeast, the rain, floods, and lightning putting a damper on the festivities. More than 40 million nationwide under alerts for dangerous storms and searing heat. Plus, panic on the beach. 3 suspected shark scares today on New York's Long Island after 2 suspected attacks on Monday. And the terrifying close call with a shark in the water off Florida. A surprising find inside the White House. A bag with white powder tests positive for cocaine. Attack in Tel Aviv. A car slams into a crowd, part of the escalating and deadly clashes between Israel and the Palestinians. Hints that the Kremlin could be open to a possible prisoner swap as 2 U.S. citizens remain wrongfully detained in Russia. Also, the new drone patrols helping police stop and solve crimes. But could those eyes in the skies be an invasion of privacy? And celebrating the legacy of NASA legend Sally Ride, the first American woman in space, how she is inspiring a new generation.
This is NBC 90 News with Lester Bolt.
Good evening and happy Independence Day. I'm Kate Snow in for Lester. And sadly, on this holiday weekend, what the president is calling a wave of tragic and senseless shootings. Among them, Philadelphia last night, where a shooter wearing body armor walked down the street with a semi-automatic rifle, shooting indiscriminately. The shooter hit adults, a teenager, a toddler. At least 5 people are dead, more injured. Late today, police saying they have the individual responsible in custody. Just after that,
Did you know there are male and female trees? Guess which one? It's solid. Clarity and diversity.
If I told you that in Spectrum, you get unlimited data, reliable service, nationwide 5G, all the good stuff. What would you pick?
It turned out to a bit of history on this 4th of July. We recently got a chance to see the actual Star Spangled Banner. It's the flag that inspired Francis Scott Key to write the words to our national anthem. Not only that, it's on display at the National Museum of American History in Washington. We talked to the key.
Happy Independence Day, my new album, age 86, Superstar Ever, and you need to listen to collaboration.
Part two of Aretha Franklin's miniseries. And I'm also a woman. I'm allowed to change my mind. It was dark. Like I try, like I see, and right after she swings from her husband Ted's class, she goes out on stage and falls all the way out. And there were implications in the movie that she and Martin Luther King, Dr. King, were very flirty. And look, Dr. King is smoking. I know. The thing about Miss Franklin is that, and then he was smoking fools, by the way. See that right there? Uh-huh. I didn't want to stay. At this point, I really wanted to turn it off between passing out and Dr. King. And Aretha was never happy except, certain times. But Aretha she was just never happy. Like I kind of understand now, and we're only 2 shows in. Now tonight it plays again on Nat Geo, and then tomorrow it is the end. But I kind of understand what her family was feeling about this movie. I mean, the acting is superb, and the story is deep, dark, and will give you nightmares. Like you've got to watch something really funny that'll take your mind off of it. For me, at 11 o'clock here in New York, it's always Seinfeld, 2 back-to-back episodes. Yeah. Norman, have you watched anything?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of Aretha last night, and I do agree that it was like a lot to take in about the Queen of Soul.
A
Like,
lot.
she had a baby when she was played by the younger actress. She was that young.
Yes.
Yeah, like there was a lot going on.
Yes.
Aretha?
Aretha.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you more. Listen, they're putting out a hologram about Whitney Houston. They're going to take it on tour. I get right to it. I think this is the worst idea ever. All due respect to the dear departed Whitney, she's been gone for many years now. She does not have an heir. Her only daughter has passed on as well. You know, I don't want to accuse Pat Houston, her sister-in-law, or her brother Gary of a money grab or being highly distasteful, but would you go see Whitney in a hologram one tour? I would you would.
Again,
Okay. A few
maybe.
people, not many. If you're looking for money, that's not many. If what you want to do is keep her memory alive, we've got the radio, and we've got Spotify, and we've got our collections, and we've got our memories. They're currently planning this, everybody. Pat Houston, she's the one at the helm of it. They want Gary to go out there and sing live while the hologram of Ricky is there.
Yeah, as a backup singer, background singer.
This is terrible. Not a concert. I mean, Tupac did it.
Who else
Worked
did
so
it?
well.
Michael Jackson,
Who else did it?
Biggie,
Michael Jackson did it.
Michael Jackson.
Didn't work so well. Today's Biggie's birthday. Please, Mrs. Wallace, please, Faith, do not get Biggie on the hologram. Happy birthday, Big. Now they also plan on having the Whitney story on Broadway. Now, see, I think that's a fabulous idea. Yeah. As long as it's not in a hologram, you know what I mean? Like, I want to see Deborah Cox, the only Whitney Houston. I want to see Deborah Cox. She's the only one that you get close to. But you've seen her do it before. People love her, and she's got a race voice, tends to be like her hero show. But I think that Deborah on Broadway, she's done Broadway before as Whitney, and then do the whole Whitney Houston thing, and make sure that you include a lot of them. And also on this tour that Gary's going to be on with his hologram sister, they want to introduce us to new Whitney music.
I'm also got a Netflix movie out called AJ, the Sexiest Superstar and Glamorous Superstar. It will premiere July 5th and 6th.
I just think it's a bad idea all the way around. Shout out to the Houston family. That's all. I used to wait to run my dishwasher till it was super full. Now I run it daily, weekdays, weekends. You might think that's wasteful, but it's not. Even half loads use 80% less water than hand washing, saving $130 on utilities. Cascade, dare to dish differently.
Whitney Houston's hologram is getting a Las Vegas residency. Wearing a gold gown, then in ripped jeans, grooving with live dancers behind her, the hologram took 5 years to produce. An Evening with Whitney, the Whitney Houston hologram concert, will launch October 26th at Harrah's in Las Vegas. Last year, the concert toured Britain. I'm face to face with the Whitney hologram. Back in 2016, I visited the green screen studio where an earlier version was being developed using a model's body. Having stood next to Whitney Houston before, it's kind of eerie and amazing to be here. But I will tell you this, once this is perfected, it could be a game changer. Of course, there's controversy, even though the show is sanctioned by Whitney's estate and overseen by her sister-in-law, Pat Houston. Now, what do you say to people who criticize the hologram?
This saves her anywhere. If she were here and we were working on the hologram, we would be working remote. We're doing nothing that she would not approve.
One of those naysayers, Whitney's cousin, Dionne Warwick.
We're the rest of us. Take care of the home. Is there a talented with the album?
change. My freaking pants were wet, so I had to take them off. And for some reason, my hairs and wetness don't match. You know, I'm just saying that don't match. Gotta start figuring that. Ooh, there we go. It's almost your first time. And you're from seconds to one to seven. Yeah, I think we're doing from my structure, right? There's only a lot to our stage. We're going to begin with the best difference. So it can take time to get to you. Meet control you. To us. I'm not ashamed to have a time that you reach again, honey. Tonight you see me better. Press upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to change your else. How to chase my blues away. I've been waiting up to now. Just to learn the day that's so much time. And when the night falls, love is falls. What's about it? Yeah, what's about it? It's so tired. What's about it? Yeah, what's about it? With somebody. Stairs. Get in family. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's it's a fun of true love. So fast. Take it to the top of love. Control. Can't seem to get enough. Okay. Fall trees. Tell me if you really love. Just and hello, that's the pleasure that I was there. I was born and women. The children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all you that's the style. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's light turn find the sound. There's eyes searching for change. Much emotions. Matter take possibilities. They can't take away nothing to because of praise. Love is happening to me. I know reasons. Love belongs inside of me. I shows me how and when the night falls. I don't know. Some love. You get it? Yeah. Welcome back with some back. I'm back. Yeah. And I see stay for the time. Someone listen, I feel like when I'm on the down. I mean, I take my chest, love you, so relax, so let go. Oh, it's just a love. Somebody, yeah, somebody. With somebody, yeah, somebody, with somebody, somebody, somebody,
That's to make sure our mini treats are crunchy and mini. Lord, yes.
What you say, those makers? I know, right? Two can, please. Chocolate. They weren't $80,000 like Fat Joe's collection. With your Nikes and they're comfortable and you know what? And they're a women's size 11. Just letting you know, I'm swelling down. Hey, yo! Explain. Let's get started. Time for This right here, I like that. Yeah, I like the soul top more though. Okay. More. So here's the deal. Yes, we're in like a chat with discussing. With the blood. And I was trending all day with this love for Tony Braxton. But more importantly, I've been trending regarding what the hell is going on with weight. Okay. Now you know I have thyroid disease. Chart, please. I have hyper, not hypo. Hyper is the one where you sweat like, where's my chart? I'm gonna put it in. Okay. Well, let me tell you. Uh, I go twice a year to my endocrinologist. And to all my doctors, as a matter of fact, because I'm paranoid. Anyway, my thyroid has been totally cattywampus. And that is the eye thing that you all have been seeing. You caught it before I did. I'm thinking, all right, I'm 53 up. Not quite a year of not having a period.
We're all coming together on the steps of Pilot Park City Hall, a year after an attack that changed so many lives. We may always carry the scar of July 4th, 2022 with us, but friends, it will heal. The community unite to remember those killed when a gunman opened fire during the city's 4th of July parade. Names of those victims slowly read. I'm here, Nancy Roder.
Katie Goldstein of Highland Park. Irina McCarthy, Highland Park. Kevin Michael McCarthy of Highland Park.
Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm still here, guys. I'm gonna let the live stream last till about 4 hours, and then I'm gonna end it and come back around 3 or 4. I'm gonna go on break for a few hours, and then I'll come back, y'all. As you guys know, I'm still on my Independence Day holiday break until July the 10th, so that is for 5 more days, everybody. Basically like 6 weeks.
The ADT Safety Days event. Get up to 30% off your system, featuring Google Nest products. Get ADT self-setup with.
We begin with CBS2's Alley Bauman live in Long Island City, the biggest party of the night. Alley, you had quite the seat for the party.
Yeah. Quite the seat taking up the air is still a little smoky from the fireworks right now. And that actually wasn't the only thing in the air tonight. There was a good sense of a good energy, a good sense of community. It really is no surprise that we met so many parents who saw this very show when they were kids and came back to pass the memory to the next generation. This was the big finale, but the 4th of July started hours earlier at Gantry State Park in Long Island City.
Got the little tag at 4 o'clock, got her spot, and then we got the $1 million view.
Alexander Wojta packed up his car with his 7 kids. And that we're just seeing the bio.
See. All right.
Watch.
Whitney Houston and Bobby Christina.
But I'm happy for Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I am.
Oh yeah, Super Bowl.
I didn't want it for his team, and I didn't want it on TV.
Honestly, I
didn't
did.
want it at all. Okay, I was so busy watching
Oh, what?
To Catch a Smuggler
Oh, yeah.
on Nat Geo. It was on all day into the night, around the clock, around the clock. I learned so much about what TSA really does. The cops, the ones that pat you down and then follow you from JFK into the boroughs, knock on the door and act like here's a package. There was just so much going on TV that other than the Super Bowl though.
Right.
But Tom Brady has been 43. It's his 7th win and his 5th with the NFL, and he says that he wants to play until he's 45 and he's 43. Go ahead. Go ahead. Good for him. The rest of it, I don't even recall. I'm talking to my sister on the phone, and the Super Bowl was still on. She said, "What are you watching?" I said, I'm watching what I just told you. But now they're in Miami, and you can't believe what goes on. They're catching smugglers there too. People are stuffing stuff and doing stuff. One girl glued her hairs together to hold it in, and then she passed out on the floor. And when she got up, she was like, "Look, I do this for a regular basis." And she was younger though, and the cops all said to her, "Well, you have time to do your time and then come out and make a better life for you." But it was hilarious how people hide their drugs and their contraband and fake Super Bowl paraphernalia and fake Louis bags and Gucci bags and everything, and they're concentrating on JFK and Miami International Airport and LAX. So it was really good. I think they're supposed to people I know. I'm not sure. Anyway, so I bet you Tom Brady was smart enough not to go out in Tampa last night. Icing those old bones, wanting to play more. But people were out though, wearing very little masks. And this is one of many parties going on. This one right here, I believe, is the Tory Lanez and French Montana and Rick Ross. Look at all the people. It is a real mess. Clear that. Now, who was that?
That was their garage.
Was that?
Is that French?
The W-
No, that's her garage right there.
Okay. And why is French wearing a winter coat? Are you hiding a new procedure? Oh, Fred. Oh, Rick. Oh, Tory Lanez. Anyway, so then I went to but all during the day, I was like, what do I eat? What do I eat? What do I eat? I'll show you a picture of what it is. I threw it away this morning, though. There is the carrot cake. Remember I told you I was eating it from the middle? This is me this morning. I had some for breakfast, put on my coat. So I had my coat, my handbag, and a cake to the incinerator. And done. And I ate it all by myself. It took 8 days to eat all that. And I never put any on a plate. Just did. Why not? New rules. And I did that in between. I was watching, Saturday was a really good day all around. It was a good day because it snowed here in New York, but at my window I saw nothing sticking. There was a lot of garbage though. The garbage men are slipping just a little bit, garbage men, just a little bit. But you gotta clean it up today, so that's what counts. It's Monday. It was snowing in New York. It stuck in some areas where a shovel was required, but not at my house. So watching TV, I already planned because Bernie told me that they were going to keep my event on Saturday. So I said, all right, I'll watch. But at this point, I watch, but I do other things. Like I wash my underpinnings from the show. The cats live with it, so they don't need to watch anymore. Chit Chat and I were like, no, Mom, we're done. I watched that. I think that came on 11 o'clock in the morning. And then snow was still falling in sheets, like really hard and beautiful. Then after that, what did I watch? Oh, I rewatched the Britney Spears. And I found, much like with my own, I didn't learn anything new about Britney. And I hope that you walked away with the same thing that I felt, which is that I think that her father's a good man. Women seems to think differently.
He's
I
an
forgot
asshole.
after that.
You think he's robbing her?
Yeah.
I just know that there's some shady things going on. I've
Shame.
heard you say that.
Well, I've heard that she still needs to be controlled and she needs to have somebody who's controlling her finances and controlling who she's friends with and where she goes and what time she's coming in and, don't drive a car. And if you do, make sure that security is with you so that, then they can take the wheel in case you can't, you're not such a good driver. I feel bad for her. It made me very, very sad watching. I don't want to see any more Britney television. I want to see Britney get well, and then all of a sudden she's still young enough and beautiful enough to come back on the scene and captivate all of us again. I think she's natural.
Is this recorded? And I know 100% breathable for day or night. Kind to skin, but just like tenor.
And then, of course, I saw the Whitney documentary. I saw it not once but twice. They Lifetime Whitneyed us out. Whitney and Bobby, Chris and Bobby, regular Bobby. So this documentary was really good. I didn't learn anything new about Whitney because I'm a Whitneyista, but it just made me feel sad. And then I didn't realize that because Whitney sounded like she wanted to jump me during the interview that I did with her. First of all, I didn't realize I was going to be in it. It was fascinating. I got my head in the washing machine. You pull the last bit of pantyhose that stick at the top, and I hear what? I hear my voice. Whitney. So I made an appearance in a Diane Sawyer kind of way. I was so serious about it. Well, I was serious about it. Anyway, here's how it all happened.
She was tired of me. Well, that was enough. She was like, bitch, I'll kick your ass. And I was in the background like, yeah, I'm gonna help her.
Approximately 2 weeks after Diane Sawyer, I did my radio interview, but that became a light bulb moment in my career. It was Wendy Williams.
And Wendy Williams before television, it was like the radio Wendy Williams, which like that's the unedited version of her.
Yeah.
Is she saying no water down now?
I guess so.
I'll fix that. And you know what I noticed? First of all, I had no idea. Yeah, they would have beat my ass. They really would have. Whitney could have done it by herself because I'm a fighter. I'm not a fighter. I would have won, and I can't run. I can barely walk. And the sister, that's Bobby's sister. And she's the one who sold the picture of the infamous sink with all the drugs, crack pipes, and whatnot. Yeah. The heroin, the crack pipes, the powder blow, everything that they were taking, the Oxycontin, the Xanax, the ecstasy, the lighters, the Newports. She sold that to tabloids. See, so she had her own reason for being mad at me. And then she said she sold it to the tabloids because she wanted to out them both because Whitney wouldn't have done it because Whitney liked to get high even more than Bobby. Poor Bobby. Liked to get high more than Bobby. And then it backfired because they both ended up staying high. And well, the end of the story is Whitney. So yeah. So this rapper Casanova, whose real name I believe is Bill.
That is the other rapper.
Okay, we'll get to it.
Right. All right.
No, jail talk. This rapper Casanova, is in trouble for taking. He's so cute. I don't want him to be in trouble. I want him to be free. If we a date and stuff. He's got a child, but not. She's got like a baby bubble, but nobody that should be concerned with. I suspect. He's in jail after all. He's in trouble for taking part in the dance challenge. So these dance challenges, apparently, there's nothing going towards charity. Although they say he's very charitable in his own time. Although he is in jail and gang-related racketeering charges. Now his game is named just when you think a gang is either blue or you're red. No, the untouchable Gorilla Stone Nation. I wonder what she's trying to get at. A woman, one of his girls, recorded him doing the June Bug Challenge. Look at him. He looks good, right? Mm-hmm. There he is in the perfect prison position. Yeah. Look at him go. I'm only playing June Bug, Casanova. But you did it to yourself. So the girl goes home and posts it on social media. And I guess he's fine with it. But the video had his privileges taken away. I see people in prison, high prisoners, the only thing you should have is regular TV. That's why I'm like, come on, regular TV, like we're not on the cable TV. We're right here on regular TV. Like the old days. There's nothing bad about bread and water. So I had a good piece of toast this morning. Once I got to the office, the carrot was gone, and what else am I going to eat? I don't want anything sweet, so I put a little bit of hot sauce on it with a little bit of butter. Anyway, and then dumb girl, you should have been posting him behind bars, unless you're the one that really, like, maybe you're his number one, and you're at home taking whatever jewelry he left behind, or something like that. I don't know. Now this post, this woman, yeah, she's like a white type figure. They have a child together. Oh, so she's white. Yeah, we know her. Yeah. Okay. All right. The crocodile working over there. Okay. So she's shopping, and she probably shouldn't just get him in trouble. It looks like he probably won't be getting out of jail if they really find him on this racketeering. He was moving everything. Just reference Whitney Houston saying. He was moving everything before he got caught. Am I wrong? Weapons charges, I think, and racketeering. Right, dang it. Guns, knives, shanks. Yeah. Xanax, Zoloft, all that. I was learning the difference between how much a key of Xanax costs versus how much like if you crush it up and what can happen. And then, one of the TSA guys says, "Oh, this is perfect, crystal, it's perfect." And they were to smell it before they open the boxes. Like some of you smugglers, you gotta get up on your game. You gotta watch the show before you make a move. Because they are on to you. And some of them are really cute too. They have me thinking about dating and stuff. Anyway, look, hold on, I'll get to that. Yes, I got a new one. Casanova's lawyer says that he was just trying to keep in good spirits while being there in jail. I don't think we should have good spirits in jail until they tell you you have a week left to go. A week left, and then you come out. He's a good-looking man now. Is that Bill? No, that's Casanova's Bill. Oh wait, let's talk about dating before. Okay. So I was thinking over the weekend. I did go out. Not dates. I left the house and I stayed for a weekend. But I was thinking about Christian in Atlanta. I was thinking about Tyrone in the Bronx, and I was thinking about Jillian on base. And I was like, wow. So I like this dating being here on the show. And so they have a video that I've already seen. I like him. Take a look at Jim.
Wendy, hey, this is Jeff Cross. Welcome to my home. I love to play tennis, but I'm not looking to play games. My main income was that I worked as a stockbroker years ago on Wall Street, and I just do my own little trading here and there. I would love to take you out on a date with you, man. Abby, I love the plaza. I really love that elevation speed. Over based on my little catamaran, if you want to get wet in the water. But really, it's your eyes, your wrists, it's everything about you. Your lips, how you doing. I figured out a lot of time. In fact, I know we would. So after this tape, call me. Let's go out on a date.
Plaza, I think they're closed right now. The Eloise Suite, though, is something really big. I know that's full. And he lives down there in Florida, so he's not just they're not in the same zip code, so we wouldn't get on each other's nerves. Every time we see each other, it'd be like starting anew. Julian, do you know what I'm saying? Julian from the other week? Julian, you travel a lot. Jeff is Jeff is in for a good time. Julian's in for a good time. I certainly am in for a good time. And I don't, I would like to have many boyfriends until I find what, and when I say many, all right, I would like to stop and hone it down to maybe 3. And they can't all be in the same zip code because that gets too confusing. Like right now, Tyrone is my Mr. New York City. You know what I mean? And all the other guys are elsewhere. Yeah. Yeah. What I think about is once you see my event on Lifetime, when you go online, it's there, pieces of it and stuff. Don't get freaked out by me. I can only be me. If you were someone that is interested in dating me, go to wendyshow.com for all the details. All right, so here's Bill. Kodak Black. Now he was one of the guys who was, Oh, he was one of the guys who was cute too. Got a big old cross. I think I see a teardrop. Who's that? His girl or his mom in the? Who's that? Where? That woman? Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. He's got all the expensive jewelry, which means he's rich. He was pardoned by the previous administration, so that means he's a good person. Bill has a new hairstyle. He's slimmed down. He's got permanent diamonds in his teeth. And that's the big deal. The big deal is that he got the old diamonds taken out. Now what they're doing is they're adding colors. So now he's got rubies. I don't know whether there's birthdays in July like mine is. I don't even like rubies. Even though that's my birthstone, I hate them. Look at that. Oh, that's his jeweler. Yes, of course. The jeweler needed his shine. Yeah. I don't know what to say. Is he was pardoned by the previous administration. This is the one who allegedly raped a high school girl? Yeah, still on the hook for that. Involved in all the chemical industries? Yeah, I think he went to jail previously for gun charging. Now, why would he be released? He had a home just on the street? Yeah, he's pardoned from federal charges, but he's still on the hook for state charges. I think it's South Carolina. All right, enough of that. With more rebel listings, I have to. Oh my gosh, I'm going through my story so fast. All right, after this, Gorilla Glue woman. Dumbest girl on the face of the earth. I want to talk about Vanderpump, smartest woman on the face of the earth. Yeah. No, I want to do this with Gorilla Glue. I'm not getting cut off. Now let's luxuriate in the latest stupidity going on with stupid people. This one takes place in Louisiana. There's this woman whose name I don't even want to talk about it, with Oprah contacts from 1983. Cute girl though. Nice big ponytail. You've seen this story. This is how boring the news is. The news is so boring, they've now moved into the hot topics lane, which makes me so bored of doing it. Like when I see, when I see Rosanna and Lori here in New York talking to Judge from divorce court with her husband Kenny Ladwar, and by the way, Rosanna, I caught the shade. Judge Fade. Well,
Quickest way from a billion points of data to a point of view. Sapphire.
So, US-based Hong Kong activist Anna Kwok told Reuters she's not surprised she has become a wanted person in her home city and has vowed to fight on. Hong Kong police on Monday issued arrest warrants for Kwok and 7 other overseas-based Hong Kong activists, accusing them of national security offenses, including foreign collusion and incitement to secession. Rewards of more than $120,000 have been offered for information leading to each possible arrest. I've expected that they would manage to do whatever ways there are to silence us. The first campaign that we have been waging, which I think perhaps would be the reason I'm up on the list as well, is the Farjong.
This vehicle was the definition of a New York Italian mama's boy.
Talk to me about Vinny. He was a good.
Everyone in Jacksonville, Florida knew Lantigua's face. The owner of discount furniture stores, his commercials for the Circle K chain even made him a local celebrity.
America, we have a choice. We can't save our country.
And selling dining room tables and bedroom sets made Lantigua very rich.
Would you?
The baby on the way, and she's the last person you'd expect as the victim in a shocking missing person mystery. Shelley Luke, a young mother in a quaint small town, seemingly without an enemy in the world.
She was so excited to have a little girl.
Married to her high school sweetheart.
There was going to be nobody else for.
Okay, guys, now we have reached 4 hours of my YouTube live stream. I'll come back in a few hours to discuss my new movie, AJ, the glamorous and sexiest superstar ever. And also my celebrity YouTube collaboration with Miss Leolah. I have that coming out soon, and stay tuned for that. So till next time, I love y'all so much, and thanks for watching. Bye, my beloved 7,317 YouTube views, and I will be back in the next YouTube live stream. Peace, y'all. Much love, like always.